Well, yeah. So ClearPoint is a big, as a picks and shovels play, definitely benefiting from that. But we're just getting to the point where we're starting to get more comfortable and approve gene therapies. Gene editing, to me, CRISPR, Intellia, Beam Therapeutics, Prime Medicine, great names because they are highly shorted and the animal spirits are flowing. And you're seeing ArcG catch some, tailwinds. You're seeing DNA, Ginkgo. You're seeing, the
Well,
Kathy Wood names,
did you see that arc?
RXRX.
Did you see that ArcG
AKA,
breakout?
I was gonna say, AKA
Which
Kathy
one?
Wood's killing it right now. You just
Yeah,
I
mentioned like
mean,
every long name in
well, what
her
do you
in her
I
want to
know.
portfolio.
what do you want to do right now, right? Like, look around you. Everything's ripping. You know what's so funny, man?
No, for sure, I agree with
I,
you.
I posted something too, and I was like, yo, like, okay, first off, I don't know about if you guys know this, but like, it's hard to get bearish when
US, there are significant tariff implications. So I'm not making excuses for them because I don't think there's a reason to make an excuse. I think Tesla set out to produce lower cost vehicles, and we did. Would I have liked to see them $1,000 or $2,000 lower? Sure. But I think like trying to get them to like $30,000, that would have caused a huge problem, okay, with the cybercab and disrupted the portfolios sitting between those. And I think it would have cost a lot more capex to do and get to that. So, I mean, I think it's debatable. That's fine. That's what X is for. That's what these platforms are for. I think people should open and debate, but I think be respectful and be fact based. Don't say like everybody's lying or this or that. I don't understand that. If you've been in the product development world, you know that things can change over a period of time and that alter your decisions. I'll just leave it at that.
Yep.
That is so right. Well, let's go back to James's wonderful preparation. What
Yeah.
is going to happen?
Well, this is so interesting because people think, oh, well, Tesla blew their load in Q3. They're going to sell nothing in Q4 because everybody FOMOed in because of tax credits. But as Jeff said, it's a global business. This is just in one country. Second of all, a lot of people don't actually have access to the tax credit like me. I can't get it. A lot of people typically buy Tesla
Me neither.
qualify. Exactly. That's another huge problem. But what's super interesting here is what people are missing is not only do we now have affordable models that are going out all over the world, we also have all the good stuff here. And you guys can chime in because I know you probably discussed it before. You got the Model Y Long Shanghai. A ton of that was pre-ordered. At least 9 or 10,000 are going to come in from that were sold in Q3 into Q4. We have the boost from the late September orders that weren't fulfilled because of the tax credit. There's a ton of those as well. Then we got the cheaper model with unlimited TAM, half of all US households. And then the uptick in FSD and Megapacks. Megapack could be a blowout quarter in Q4 because I know every data center on Earth now wants to replicate the model that Elon has with these things to stop blowing up their GPUs by smoothing out their electricity. And there's so much more as well. The bundle package. I think Q4, people fear it'll be terrible, but it's always the best quarter. And I think the fear about how bad Q4 will be is completely overblown. Just my thought. And shout out to Warren Redlich as well, who put this together.
Completely agree. And I think that sums up very well what we said to earlier questions. Jeff, you got anything to add here, or we progress to the next topic?
No, I mean, I think James said it correctly. The only thing I would add is that in the US is one region, the $7,500 credit goes away, but the incentive for a tax deduction on the interest you pay on an auto loan, 80% of people that buy a car in the US finance it. And I think everybody qualifies for this. Now it changes and it derates based on your income level. I think they set, single at 100K and married head of household or something at 200K, but it doesn't go to zero if you're over those numbers. They just derate the deduction. But this could actually be, it's up to $10,000, I believe, that everyone should go to the IRS Gov and check it out. But it's active. It's retroactive back to January of 2025. So that's not talked about a lot. So that goes away. The $7,500 credit goes away, and this new tax incentive on the interest on your car loan comes in. I think and again, it's for cars that are assembled or have made in USA status, and that's Tesla. 100% of the Teslas you buy in the US have that status and qualify for that. One more thing, there are very strong rumors coming out of the White House that they are going to do some more relaxation on tariffs for the auto industry, and Tesla is going to be included in that. So I think Tesla's seen the least amount of damage from tariffs, but it's not a non-zero thing. So if there's more relief on tariffs, because these tariffs are gutting the U.S. I'll just say it. They're a significant problem. The input tariffs are a significant problem. So if relief comes there, that's another catalyst. And so anyway, I think there's actually a lot more going on as it relates to car production and the ability to sell cars than everybody just dreaming of this cliff in September 30th. That it probably won't be as much of a cliff.
That is true. Now, James, you had a slide on Sweden. We know that.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is very exciting.
Very exciting. And I drive a lot in the snow. People think, oh, FSD doesn't work in the snow. It actually works really well in the snow. And I don't even know how it works in the snow. I can't see the lines in the road, but it can. So that's huge news. But I want to spend just a second on the Sentient FSD 14 that came out as well this week. There's so much come out this week. It's wild. But this is a guy called Chris, ChatGPT21 is his handle. And he just talked about the social sequence of going to, I think, a McDonald's drive-through, and how the car knew exactly how far to pull forward. Literally, you see all the parking garage videos. It knows exactly wherever the thing is. You take the ticket or put in the credit card or whatever else. But this is incredible. It knew when to pull forward, exactly where to pull forward to. And at the final window, it leaves at the exact moment his card is returned, not when the food is handed over. So they give him the food first and then wait for the card to come out. I mean, this is mind-blowing. Somebody tell me how Waymo would ever be able to do this. The answer is not. But this is what Elon was referring to. I was looking for a concrete example, what he talks about by sentient, i.e. the ability to think like a human organism. And this is it, one of the examples. This blew me away, and there's tons of them as well, not just this. So I thought that was a moment worth sharing with the audience too.
Yeah, it looks like it's going through tighter spaces. It looks like it's being a little bit more responsive in construction areas. It's still a supervised system, so you should still be ready to cover the wheel and the accelerator or brake in the vehicle. But people are definitely noticing a significant improvements in terms of its ability to reason locally in the the vehicle versus either avoiding it or doing the wrong thing or just kind of stopping. It's a little bit more bolder, but it's making the right decisions.
Exactly. So
That
anyway,
is
enough about FSD.
Oh,
This is a juicy one.
Bernie.
It's funny. I've been talking for years about what I call UBI Nation, which is, I think, in the future, a lot of the population could possibly be dependent on universal basic income. But this Bernie Sanders fellow came out, who is a very strong socialist. Nothing wrong with that, of course. But he dropped a video saying AI will wipe out the entire working class. And he came out with these solutions like a robot tax, not a robo-taxi, a robot tax, 30-hour work weeks, giving workers an equity stake in companies, maybe that make robots, and have worker representation on boards. Sounds like a union. And UBI is kind of wild because I think over the next, well, first of all, I think he's wrong with working class. I think working class are going to be fine. The white collar is the class that's going to be hit first, in my opinion. I'd like to know what you guys think. Also, over the next 12 to 24 months, we're going to see radical change. We're going to see AI, AGI, crypto-related stuff go to the moon, and huge changes. Big asset inflation, and as they print more money for this UBI, there'll be more asset inflation, so hard assets will go up more and more. It's all very circular. We're seeing a lot of circular stuff happening around the convergence of AI hitting the world. But I thought this was super interesting.
It is, and I think he actually, I mean, I don't like his solutions, but I think he has a point, right? There is already, you already see it with two groups of people. One is college grads they have a very tough time finding new jobs just because companies are currently stuck in the situation where they already have enough employees, feel that AI is replacing some of them. Why would they now recruit younger people that, may be replaceable soon as well, but on top of it, make it more difficult for them to let go afterwards. So they are feeling it. And the second one, you're right, is the white collar middle management. This middle management that, I'm sorry, I find so annoying. I hate this middle management level in all big companies where, they are not doing the real work. They are not taking the real decision. They're just a communicator elevator in the middle of it. Middle management is going to be replaced just because it won't be necessary anymore. All this information flow, all this will just be automized, and it's a good thing. So there will be people who will be made redundant, and they will have to find other ways of earning money or have some way of universal income. And where Bernie is right is this has to be financed, and it has to be, if the world is just, it has to be financed in one way by this gain in productivity of the bot business, right? The bots are going to make us so much more efficient, and hence the pie will become bigger. So part of that pie has to come back to people who are less efficient. But you shouldn't, I feel you shouldn't see it like that. We have, for Thanksgiving, told all our kids who are coming for Thanksgiving that we're going to spend a Thursday afternoon in a meeting with, this is the moment to be entrepreneurial. This is the moment to see needs for whatever apps or whatever businesses. And I want my children to concentrate on that, even though they may be currently in an employed situation. They probably won't be anymore in 2, 3, 4 years, right? And it may look scary because you would love to cling onto your job, you've been used to it, but this is the moment to launch businesses, to launch new ideas. And there've never been so many tools to do it, and there've never been so many clients to buy your products and services. So if you're stuck in this old world where you think, oh my God, my job may go away, what do I do? Where will the money come from? Yes, we have to find and address a solution, and I don't have one. And I think this should actually be much more a subject currently in our society than it is. But if you are in a proactive way, and I think we all should, and we should, surround ourselves with the best people that are in this proactive mood, because if they are good, it comes down to us. Don't get stuck with the people that are at the moment sclerosed and fearful, because that will make you sclerosed and fearful. So if you are with those people, and if you walk around this world with open eyes, you see opportunity like never before, and you can actually turn these opportunities into businesses with much more ease than ever. I was listening yesterday to the Brighter with Herbert channel discussion between Joe Buckley and Larry, and I highly recommend to everybody to listen to it. It is really highly interesting on a lot of subjects, historical relevances, but also what Joe is currently doing with his business. And he said in half a day he had terms and conditions for his website. He had a product. He had the product rollout. Stuff that used before take months were now done in half a day. And once you understand where we already are with AI and where we are going, if you don't capitalize on ideas, if you don't walk around in this world with open eyes thinking, okay, what is missing? What would be nice to have now? And then coalesce with the right people to make it happen. If you don't know how to use AI, find somebody who can. We're actually going to build a better world, and we're going to build more entrepreneurs. And I think that's where the solution will come from.
Bingo.
I think it's well said. I productivity's going to increase, but the question is the pie growing, and is there more things for people to do that they could have never gotten done before? If you have an idea that involves getting an app built, you could have. Some people were just stopped there, and they're like, I don't know how to get an app built. I don't know how to do X, Y, Z. So I think you both have stated this really well, and I think this is going to be disruptive, but I also don't think it's going to be as. I do think we have to take and focus.
Dip in the price. Shares pre-market tanked because the U.S. probes into nearly 3 million Tesla vehicles over FSD traffic violations. Now, when you dig into it, and I did, because it's important to be aware, is there a problem here or what? There were something like 14 incidents with actual crashes, and and then there were 58 total incidents. I think only 14 crashes, but that spans 10 years, 3 million cars. That's 5 billion miles. And that's, when you do the math, that's one report per 86 million miles, which I would call a spit in the bucket. So it's usual regulatory drama. And then they have the statistic that shows that FSD is 10x safer, at least even the old versions, 10x safer than a human driver. And FSD has helped avoid thousands of crashes. I personally have been saved twice by FSD, once in the Model X in a huge rainstorm, and once in the Cybertruck coming back from LA, nearly went into deer in, what's that place with the half dome, on the way back. 2 deer in the middle of the road at dusk. I wouldn't have seen them, and I came around a corner. Boom, car stopped. So I know for a fact it stops crashes, but I think this is ridiculous. People shouldn't be concerned. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Completely. I mean, and so out of
go ahead,
proportion.
Alexander.
No, I just said it's so out of proportion when you compare that with issues, in the whole world where just in the US there are 85,000 incidents per day. We're talking about 14 crashes over all the time with old FSD software, not with the current FSD software.
Yeah.
This is just, and when that's what we said at the beginning, when this FUD boils up, you just know there are people really worried. It's always been like that. I don't know whether they want the stock lower or whether they're really worried for their own jobs and for their own survival. I don't know what it is. It's completely ridiculous, but it is just coming up. And you will have all these in Germany at the moment. I've seen that. So on the Tesla parking lot, when the cars roll off and then get tested, Tesla employees drive them relatively quick and may not honor the stop signs within the parking lot of the private company, right? And I don't know which idiot found this out. This is making headlines now for the third day in a row. This is a non-story, but it's just this whole FUD. And I don't know whether it's competitors, if you even can call them competitors anymore doing this, or whether it's journalists or whoever it is. They're out at it, smearing us again. It doesn't matter. Let's set the record and move on.
Yes. I mean, in the end, it is how it's the issue is how it's perceived. NHTSA's job is we have cars on the road, and if there's something related to their safety or performance that is not perceived to be not per a standard, people have the ability to register complaints, and they have the ability to go and research those complaints. So I think people need to just take this in phases. First off, we are witnessing the terminology, like watching the sausage being made. That's what we're witnessing right now. NHTSA opens investigations all the time. I shared out today that they investigated 2 other companies that are doing self-driving and robotaxi services. They open an investigation. They do their work. They should be considering things. First off, to James's point and your point, Alexander, there's no denominator in this article or the way it's posted. There are incidents, there are issues of not obeying a traffic signal. But when you look at how humans drive, and if we knew the denominator for the incident rate for them not obeying them, or them being involved in a traffic incident, I hope when NHTSA goes through this and they find, well, wow, this automated system is actually working better. Now, can we just focus on the actual defects that occurred and make sure, since these things may have happened 12, 18, 24 months ago, whenever they happened, can we just make sure that the advancements in Tesla's models, they have now actually closed these? Because you just want to be, there's nothing wrong with continuous improvement, and there's nothing wrong with getting better. Where there is a problem or there is an issue is not proceeding towards what is the greater good for the usage of that product. And the greater good is to have automated driving that performs better than humans. You want to work on the imperfections, that's fine, but you actually want to accelerate automated driving when it's performing as it is in Tesla's situation. So I think that's what's going to happen. We're watching the sausage being made. An investigation will occur, but lots of investigations will occur. Tesla will work with regulators like they do everywhere in the world. They will address the problems, and the regulators will say, okay, based on this software release or based on these changes, we have closed this investigation. That's how it's going to play out.
Well said. I just thought the statistics were wild as to how obscure these cases were. It's like 89 million miles per crash. So, anyway, enough
Kind of up
that.
there, yeah.
Yeah. There is something that is very much on my mind, and I always try and think about where things are going, and I'd like to pick your brains on this one. This is what I call AI convergence. So there's a number of different components to this. First of all, do you think Alexandra, Tesla will get that stake in xAI based on the votes?
Not so quick. So let me try to explain what this is all about. So Gully, about a year ago, asked that you have a stake. Elon is favorable, but said it has to go through the board. It has to become a shareholder vote. Long story short, by July this year, it looked like it would already be in the proxy just like that. And then end of July, in the earnings call, it was unmistakable that they need actually shareholders to propose it. So we did that. One of the shareholders was chosen because he sent the letter first with the right documentation, and that's why we're in there. The board says they're not giving any recommendation. I have the feeling, that's me personally, the board wants nothing to do with it. They've had enough with Solar City. They don't want to touch this. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to have to deal with, two Elon companies. They think the 36 or 39 billion we currently have as cash are good the way they are and are needed for everything, the expansion that's necessary. And so my feeling is they would love this subject to just go away. Now, if this vote doesn't get more than 50%, that is perfect for them, because then they will have said, well, shareholders proposed it, we put it on the agenda, they didn't vote for it, the subject's gone. If we get more than 50%, they have to consider it, but it is only an advisory vote. They are not obligated to do it. They are asked to consider it. And to consider it is actually a very tough job, because it depends on evaluation. It depends on, how do you structure it? Is it going to be a share swap? Is it going to be a cash transaction? What does Elon want? What does Tesla want? That may be two different things. And it will actually be really important that the board documents how independent from Elon they took it. Now, do understand, Elon can actually vote in this proposal, right? And him with his 14.5% is going to have a big stake in our way towards the 50%, right? But even if we get above 50%, now if we get really clearly above 50%, let's say we get 65 or more percent, well, then I think the board has to really consider it and come up with real reasons not to do it. It could very well be, I have no certainty in either way, but it could very well be that we will have to vote a second time on it afterwards, once they have thought it through how they want to do it, how they want to structure it. And this doesn't have to necessarily wait a complete year again. It could be just a quick shareholder vote on just this subject, but it could very well be that that is necessary, because they really want to cover themselves. They really don't want to be the ones who push it by themselves. So do we get it? If there is an overwhelming consideration now, probably. 100% I really can't say, but probably. If it's just about 50% below it, we will certainly never hear about it anymore. And I think that will be a big relief for the board, because, this is one of those subjects. Whatever you do as a board member, you'll make people unhappy in one way or the other. So it's by far not a slam dunk, and we'll see what happens. It's going to be very interesting.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think for me, this is super clear about this convergence, James, which you originally brought up, and Alexander took us through how this could be handled from a shareholder perspective. Tesla powers xAI. That's inexplicable. I think you brought it up earlier in the show. Tesla engineers seeded xAI. xAI is going to be the brain in your vehicle, the brain that you're going to be speaking and interacting with, and it's going to be the brain that you're speaking and interacting with. And I believe at some point, merging some, with the control of these robots, whether they're Optimus robots, bipedal robots, or robots with wheels. You're going to be in a robotaxi. You're going to say, hey, could we go a little faster? Can we go around that construction? And you're going to want to be able to have those two worlds of physical real world AI and LLM AI working together in a safe manner. And because you're going to want that superhuman reasoning to couple with the physical real world AI movement of the product. So I see inextricable links between these companies and what they're building. And if you study the history, it is alleged that Elon tried to, at one point, as part of Tesla, buy OpenAI when he was, original founder of OpenAI, and figuring out how this thing gets funded, how it proceeds, is its future set or not. I believe he tried to, at one point, acquire OpenAI and bring those assets into Tesla. Again, this was many years ago. Yeah. So anyway, it's strange credulity to me to think that, oh, these things they're different. There's no reason these things should be together. To me, I understand what happened in the beginning. I understand the flexibility you have with managing a private startup and how quickly you can move. But there's a lot of reasons, and to me, the biggest reasons are power and capital allocation. Remember in the three things Elon brought up, James, where you said you need, a terawatt of power, 1 billion chips, and
100 million robots,
and 100 million robots. All of those things are xAI and Tesla. They're all linked together.
Yeah. Exactly. And the other thing is, you see, they just did a round yesterday to have another 20 billion. So there is a cash need, right? I mean, Elon's always said, no, we currently don't need cash. I mean, excuse me, you don't get 20 billion if you don't need cash. But I also thought yesterday when I saw that, I thought, oh, that means Tesla investing is a far moment away, right? If he would have thought on November 5th, this has a high probability of going through, and then push the board, whatever, and it would go quickly, let's say before the end of the year, I'm just throwing out something now, not sure he would have taken 20 billion now, right? Because you don't want to water it down. You want to keep as much as possible, and he has a lot of it. And there's the other aspect of being this cross investment, other than everything Jeff said, and you're so right, Jeff, that this should have happened so much earlier. And I mean, there's nothing we can do about it, and I'm not mad about it. I'm sad about it. But the one thing that's clear is, if he would have expected major money coming from Tesla buying into xAI, he wouldn't have accepted yesterday 20 billion. That was my immediate reaction to it. I just, either it will take much longer, or he knows the board is retro-pedaling as quickly as they can.
Yeah. That's well said. And it's also better late than never. But the other thing that I always say now is, because I'm obsessed with this whole convergence of AI and all the different facets that are in Musk Industries, the synergy is like nothing I've ever seen. I put together kind of a little slide which kind of dovetails into exactly what Jeff said. If you could share that for a second. This one here is just some of the pieces that I see. I mean, the convergence of Tesla and xAI's data integration, the data moat that Tesla has from all the vehicles driving for all those years, the AI models with edge inference that's coming with AI4, AI5, AI6, the silicon innovation that they do, the stake in xAI, hopefully that happens. I mean, there's nothing but moats and nothing but synergy, nothing but vast real world data from vehicles and Optimus robots. And again, it's just incredible how it all works together. And I do see people like Jensen from NVIDIA. He's betting a lot of money on everything out there. He's throwing money left, right, and center because they have an embarrassment of riches. But now he needs to hedge his OpenAI bet because it's been proven already. Elon, in a very short 24-month window of time, has beaten them. More coherent compute, better AI, better LLMs, better coding software, you name it, all across the board. But I think this is all powerful. Jeff, is there anything like this or remotely close to this on the planet?
No, the companies like Nvidia and OpenAI are trying to create it. First off, Nvidia is wildly successful in what they're doing, and Jensen is going to be one of the greatest CEOs of all time. OpenAI is trying to create a products, hardware, AI device group, a robotics group. They're talking about doing potentially humanoid robotics. Of course, they have to oversee the construction of all their data centers. So there's these companies that are trying to do it. Meta is of course a great social media company, great advertising company, and they are trying to do the hardware side of it. And of course, they have to bring up massive data centers as well. But when you hear from people in the industry and you hear from people like Jensen that talk about the ability to marshal these resources and deliver the schedule for the convergence of these things faster than anyone else, it's not as simple as ordering the chips and then hiring a construction firm to build your data center. There's a lot of things that happen between those two things, and having that all under one roof and having that vertically integrated is very powerful. I think we're fortunate, even though financially we're not vertically integrated with XAI, we are vertically integrated in terms of personnel and leadership between those two businesses. So I think Tesla and XAI have and will continue to figure out how to work together efficiently so they can both accomplish their goals. But at some point, they're going to be shipping on the same thing. That's the point. At some point, a lot of XAI's output is going to be into all these millions and billions of robots in the world. And at some point, the millions of robots that Tesla will push out of their factories will have XAI content directly loaded on them. It's actually already happening now with cars coming preloaded with Grok, and it's just going to grow from there. So that's the conversion. It's happening. It's happening in the products that Tesla is shipping now. So I don't know why this was such a controversial thing for people to talk about. No, they should never be
Well,
together. To me, it's
I
kind
can
of
tell you.
strange.
I can tell you why the board is so reluctant. I don't think it is because they don't see the synergies and whatever. The problem was that at the moment it was set up, other than the fact, that engineers and new recruits wanted a startup rather than Tesla, whatever, we also were in the heat of the Tornetta case in Delaware. And I
Yeah.
mean, these board members had to go through the toughest hearings. I wouldn't want to be a board member for any money of the world, going to that Chancery Court and hearing this judge asking them whether they are friendly with Elon, whether they feel it's enough friendly, a little bit more friendly, a little bit like that. I mean, it was disgusting. I am sorry. It was absolutely disgusting with a pre-decided decision anyway, because if you read finally her first and second verdict, nothing of it was really coming out of those hearings. But anyway, so you're a board member, you went through that. There is Elon saying, I need an AI company. I just bought Twitter. I mean, remember that mess, right? We went through so much
Yeah.
as a shareholder, and they went through much. You are a board member. You're like, oh my God, do I need now an AI company? Is that what we really went for? And then it was set up the way it was set up. Again, I'm not happy about it. Jeff, you're not happy about it. We understand where it comes from. And then it just took too much time. Remember also, the last shareholder meeting was in June 2024. This year it's November. Why was there suddenly this more than 1 year gap? It was because of this strange situation in Delaware. Last year we came out of Delaware with the shareholder meeting. We became a Texas company. that opened the floodgate to a new compensation plan. That opened the floodgate in thinking of how could we substitute if we lose Tornetta, the old compensation plan. So many other subjects were on the table where every time they have to fear, I know we're in Texas, we're not in Delaware anymore, but they have to fear that they are perceived as being too loyal to Elon or being too generous with Elon. So their communication has to always be, very prudent, showing their independence. And I think the point where it crystallized was like, okay, let's not touch XAI. Let's just not touch it. And I'm not saying it was the right decision, but it could have been the drop that just, went overboard. And it couldn't have been decided before June 2024 anyway, right? And then since June 2024, since the moment we became a Texas company, it could have been decided, but actually the first decision is at the next shareholder meeting, which is the one in 4 weeks. So it's painful. It aggravates me, but it makes me, like I said, rather sad than mad. I hope they take it to heart. I understand why they would love to not touch it. If we want them to be forced to at least consider it, let's hope that the voting result is important. And that really depends on institutions as well, because I know retail has a lot of support for that, but the institutions who vote on the 5th of November, which again makes me say that Elon will be in a jolly good mood on the 22nd, because that is the last moment he can speak to these institutions.
Yeah, and I wasn't questioning the historical dynamics. I'm more questioning people today that are saying, "Well, of course they should be separate." To me, it doesn't make any sense today anymore. And yeah, of course, we all wanted it earlier. So yeah, makes sense. What do we got, James?
I got two very short topics to go through next. This is the third part of the piece we just wrapped up regarding the AI convergence. It was Jensen, once again, he drops all these great breadcrumbs, but he said all the value in AI is in the AI stack. So I put together this little chart. It's very crude, but throw rocks at it if I'm wrong in any way. But there is the energy layer. And Jeff, I know you know energy, not only Megapacks, but EOS energy and other things like that.
Ooh, name dropping EOS.
Yeah, there you go. For you, baby. And that powers the AI data centers, Megapacks, et cetera. So think of energy. Then the chips layer, NVIDIA GPUs, AI5, AI6, whatever, does the heavy math. The infrastructure layer, the data centers, networks that run AI systems. Then the models layer. This is where it gets really important. The brains, AI models like Grok or other open source ones, DeepSeek, etc. And then the application layer. This is the piece that Jensen said, it really got my attention. He said, all the money is made in the application layer. I think he called it where the value is created. At the top floor, imagine it's a building. This is the top floor where AI becomes useful to people like chatbots, self-driving cars, robots doing work, medical tools, all that type of stuff. I thought that was fascinating. But again, when you just look at this laid out like this, there's only one player that touches it all, does it all, from building silicon to having the energy, et cetera, et cetera. I thought that was extremely profound. Unless you guys disagree. Yeah.
No, it is. This vertical integration in engineering and supply chain are going to unlock operational and cost efficiencies that others will not be able to get to. This is their architecture for robotaxi is going to allow them to achieve a set of economics once it's at peak scale. Once that operation is running at peak, it will be very difficult, if not impossible, for others to reach that. So this is why a lot of these industries end up in a margin share conversation versus a market share conversation. When you watch mainstream media, they're going to say BYD overtook this or they do. But let's talk about who's overtaking in margin share in building EVs. That's a completely different conversation, but it's a little bit more difficult and not as sexy to talk about on TV. But I think you're absolutely right in bringing this up. And of course, Jensen's going to say, well, look here, this is where all the value is going to be created. And yes, in the future, that's correct. But he's creating a whole hell of a lot of value with his picks and shovels right now at 70% gross margin. So this this approach that Tesla has taken from the base layer of silicon to how the vehicle is cleaned and charged, how your bot is going to be cleaned and charged, like this ability to have a services side and to have the ability to engineer and manufacture at scale is not found in one entity today. And the fact that you have to farm this out to get something like this built, the fact that OpenAI has to farm it out to Oracle, has to farm it out to
CoreWeave.
AMD,
Yeah.
has to farm it out to all these different things. And yes, there are other entities involved in what Tesla and XAI do, but it's significantly less than others that they are quote unquote competing with. So when they each get the scale, they will have different cost structures. So this is where you have to, as an investor, I don't want to give advice per se, but as you're looking at something, you can't just look at the existence of the service. You have to look at the economics of that service and how they're being, or that product and how they're being
Night.
delivered. The two have to go
Sorry.
together.
Downtown. Sorry, this dog is jumping up on me.
James
Okay, he's
has
getting
no
excited.
plan. James Girl is wanting
Yeah,
to be on camera.
Get him
yes.
on the show.
All right. So I do have one last topic. No time for a quick round. This is just going to be a quick other thing that should concern us all. And this is, again, for both of you, the global situation. The question is, does China have the rest of the world over a barrel? So if you look at some examples here, DeepSeek beats OpenAI. That's open to question. BYD beats Tesla, open to question as well. Huawei beats Apple. Huawei beats US Telecoms. Cattle beats Lithium, etc. TikTok beats Instagram, and it goes on and on. The question is, where's the real threat coming from? And the point is, China are a formidable competitor. And Europe is missing some of these players too for now. But what I'm really worried about is how China is now threatening to cut off supply, like be a choke point for things like raw materials. This is a
Correct.
great chart that shows you how much they control. And Jeff, you know about supply chains and managing global supply chains, and how much of a threat is it, especially when you look at things like rare earth magnet exports. I looked at this and I couldn't believe how much Germany is dependent on China. China could turn off
course they are.
Germany in a heartbeat, and that's extremely alarming. So
Yeah.
tell us here, where will all this go, Jeff? Is this a real concern for us? Like, there might be a grand vision of 100 million robots, but if there's no magnets, there's no robots.
Yes. The humanoids, I predict the humanoid supply chain will be more a more localized, if not primarily localized supply chain than the last major industry launch, which was smartphone that I helped. I was a part of at the beginning of ramping that up and through it getting to scale. I believe humanoids will be more localized, and I believe the wake up call has been received. The activity that I'm seeing relating to, I think the U.S. and China will still work together and will still partner, and I think this relationship is actually heading more towards warming up again in a friendly way than cooling off. But we've seen now a fairly volatile peak that occurred here, call it between the first quarter of this year and where we are today, where even it started in the prior year of us shutting off access to chip making equipment, the premier chip making equipment, even stuff that's not even US owned, but our allies own it. So we put export controls on them, and then they put export controls on rare earths. So in that chart, I don't think a lot of people understand rare earths need to be pulled from the ground and then they need to be refined. The refining, they have 99% refining capacity on a couple of the rare earths, and they have 90% refining of the world's supply. They have 90% of that refining capacity. That is the bottleneck and choke point. There are rare earths all over Earth, but the refining capacity is not there. They have around 350,000 metric tons of rare earth capacity, going to well over 400,000 here soon in the next couple of quarters. And we're arguably refined, just to give you an idea of the magnitude, in the US, we're arguably somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 metric tons of refined rare earth capacity. So 350 to 400,000, the 10 to 20,000 in the US. So you're going to see this convergence of supply chain. You're starting to see silicon move over into the US. So now you're going to start seeing, hopefully, more final assembly of product moving into the US. And now you're going to close that loop of the supply chain of the silicon and the brains and the actual assembly of the device. But we also have to solve for these materials, and China can shut off supply. So I do think we are headed more towards a bit of a warming than a cooling off. But
Good.
at the same time, there will be strategic divergence occurring because they're not stopping with their military. They're not stopping with supply chain. They're not stopping with AI. They're not stopping with humanoid. They have been told to go pedal to the metal. We have to do the same thing. We have to create strategic divergence, and we have to go pedal to the metal here. And we have to have regulatory that allows it. We have to fix what we're doing on tariffs. We cannot be tariffing the inputs of what we're trying to build here when those inputs aren't in supply here. This could be an entire show for me. I could talk for a long time on it, but I'll cut it there.
No, really, really comforting feedback, actually.
Yeah.
Comforting.
You're the best.
Well,
Are you done with your slides, or is there more?
I have one last surprise. We try to keep
Okay,
it to
because
an
at the end
hour.
I want to have 2 more announcements.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Let me
There's
do
just
Whoa.
this very last one.
Drum roll.
This took me by surprise. Mainstream media giving Tesla credit. This is Time magazine. They have the 25 best inventions of all time, and Tesla Model S made it. That was my final point. Slides
That
done.
is good to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
The
is
Funny,
shocker.
funny story about Time. Just I made a comment about I guess
I
somebody who
remember
was
that.
the top 100 or something, and all of a sudden, Mark Benioff pings me. He's like, "Well, he's answering my post," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh," and we kind of exchange, and then we exchange some some chats
Ideas.
later. Anyway, it's interesting how the editorial side of that magazine versus the leadership, there may be some divergence happening, but it's good to see them recognize Model S made EVs attractive.
Exactly. I put that up because I wanted to give you credit for that. And I've bumped into Mark Benioff a few times in the past too. He's a good guy, but he doesn't control his editorial board. But I think you smacked them around the face a little bit to at
I-
least be
I
honest.
think Tesla, Tesla deserves that. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's it is an amazing vehicle. It got me into Model S. Got me into EVs. If I didn't test drive a Model S and experience, I mean, I wouldn't have gotten into a Prius or whatever. It just wasn't me.
That is true. Best cars ever. Can I do my 2 announcements quickly?
This is all you. Yeah, it's your
Drum
show.
roll.
It's
We
my
work for
show.
you.
It's not my show. It's Herbert's show. We just stole it from him. So Herbert's on vacation for those who are worried, and he's going to come back in 3 weeks. Quick thing is, I got 2 books on Elon, The Musk Way and People of Earth. I haven't read either of them, but I just want to recommend them if anybody else wants to do that. The second thing that's important for me to convey is next week is the appeal in the Supreme Court of Delaware of the Tonetta case. It is on Wednesday at 7 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. And so 10 o'clock Eastern, and I don't know what time that's in Europe, I think 4 in the afternoon, and is live streamed. So we're going to go, Herbert, Richard, not legal advice, and myself. We're going to go live half an hour earlier, put that whole thing back in context, and then assist to the live stream. That's why we actually need Herbert, because technically I have no clue how I would do that. So Herbert is going to come and help us. That's next Wednesday morning, very early for Pacific time. So please, keep that in your agendas, because it's a time we're usually not there. I think it's going to be very interesting. If we win that appeal, which we will only know by beginning of next year, and who knows when, if we win that appeal, it's only obviously going to cost us much less money. And when I say money, it's actually dilution of our shares, right? And so if we win it, that would be great. We'll get a good temperature on the whole thing Wednesday morning. So please assist there. I would really appreciate seeing you all.
Alexandra, the Delaware Supreme Court, if they don't override it, aren't they just killing themselves even more?
They are. I think that they do understand that this is a crucial moment for the state of Delaware. Their reasoning is, well, we did change the law, so again, too late for Tesla, tough luck, you left anyway. But to everybody else, let's reassure you, we changed the law. We're constantly changing the law, and we changed the law. And it is true, under this new law, the judge of
Activist
the
judge.
Chancery Court
Yeah.
could not have done what she did, right? But I mean, it is also true that they are trying to clean up without ever pronouncing the reason why they needed to clean up, right? So it's very politically driven. It's very, it's very complicated. And any company staying in Delaware, if we lose the appeal, is taking the risk because there's so much more to it, right? We all have become aware of the shenanigans of lawyers' fees in Delaware. In Delaware, everything costs 10 times more than anywhere else. So do you, as a shareholder of a public company, want your company to remain in Delaware after having assisted for the last 5 years, actually more, it started in 2018, to what happened to the Tesla case, right? So I do believe they understand that this is a crucial moment. So this is a hearing before all 5 judges. There are 5 judges in the Delaware Supreme Court. While Delaware has been, like California, consistently a Democrat state, they make sure that there are always 3 Democrat judges and 2 Republican judges, right? So when all 5 will hear this, it will take maximum an hour. Usually it's even shorter, 40 to 45 minutes. It's very technical. I'm not saying we're going to enjoy listening to it, but I think the tone of it, because it's going to be mainly Tesla's lawyers talking, bringing the arguments forward. Obviously, Tonetta's lawyers are going to respond, but usually there's more airtime to the appellant in this case. So I think it's going to be interesting, especially for people who've never listened to these appeal cases in business law. And then the next point is, when will the verdict come? If the verdict comes very early next year, it may actually have an enormous impact on the corporate season of the spring. Let me explain that. In the spring are usually all shareholder meetings, Meta and whatever else, they all have it. So if the emotion is still high in January and people feel like, oh my God, why in the world are we staying? Why in the world is the company I'm invested staying in Delaware? There will be a lot of shareholder proposals to move out. And I think they want to avoid that. So I think they will delay that verdict until most of the deadlines to bring forward shareholder meetings, because you have to bring them very early in the year for it to be considered in 2026. They will wait for the verdict so that season is over, that shareholder proposals are not accepted anymore, then bring the verdict. So it's going to be really late, like April, May, further down the road, so that the whole emotion can settle before the 2027 corporate season.
Awesome. Good input. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think we survived without Herbert. Put in your comments whether you were missing Herbert. Send him a lot of love. He's going to read this from Japan when he's eating his sushi and having his family vacation. And we will be back next Thursday with the Cyber Bulls, next Wednesday morning with that appeal in Delaware. And James, obviously, thank you so much.
Oh, no, my pleasure.
Thank you, James.
Yeah,
Thanks,
well, I
Alexander.
thank you all for allowing me to be here, and also for all the great insights and inputs. It's really phenomenal. So thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Mods in the chat too.
Thanks a lot. Take care, everybody. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
they were not as great as they were called out to be, and it turns out that they performed even better than spec in Ukraine. It's not even a new system, right? This is the ones that Ukraine got were the oldest of the systems that we had. So
Yeah, from the
the
first
point I'm
first
trying to
Gulf
make,
War, first Gulf
yeah.
War monitor.
So all of these new things, while they may be much lower cost, much higher volume, I don't know what will happen when we actually start using them.
Well, let
Right?
me ask you a very basic question. Who's winning in Russia, Ukraine? Because I can't get like a reasonable answer. There's answers all over the place.
Well, if you consider it from the point of view that Putin thought it was going to be a 3-day war, then he's already lost. If you consider it from the point of view of he has nobody to answer to and he can keep taking losses, then he's winning. So which side of that are you on? That's your answer.
No, my question is like, insofar as war is a proxy for politics by other means, who is getting their political wishes?
So, well, okay. If you're talking about success of what the technology was and how destructive it's going to be to the industry, then Russia's already lost, because a lot of their equipment is severely underperforming relative to, and it's the case even in Iran. We've seen that, certainly in Ukraine. So that is a big problem for them, that their defense industries reputation has taken a damning hit. But then again, right, they have enough to keep throwing at it. And when they have trouble with Russia proper, then they have all these aligned republics where they can get meat to throw in front of the Ukraine troops, right? So
The
they
second point,
can
Monativ,
wear out Ukraine. That is the real problem.
correct. The second point, Monativ, is more like the strategic aspect that I think MG was getting at. I mean, historically, basically, the Russians in Moscow treat the outer the 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 tribes of less status and clans of less status from these outer regions and republics is like cannon fodder, basically, and they're brutal about it. I mean, they'll go in and they'll basically have guns and behind people, and they'll, if you try to don't follow through with the charge or whatever, they'll shoot you from the back. Essentially, that's how they kind of operate.
That's unfortunately true even today, right? To a great extent.
Oh
that's
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at like the if that were true, my only pushback on that is that they would be willing to do some sort of ceasefire, just to sort of like, usually it's the case, not always, but usually it's the case that the quote unquote losing side is more amenable to the idea of a ceasefire because it hits the pause button, they get to rebuild, blah blah blah. They were not willing to do that. They turned Trump down in Alaska. And they seem to be controlling.
But hang on, MG. I think Monativ was saying Russia on the strategic side is actually winning, right? Because they're willing to just throw bodies at people like cannon fodder.
Because they have a longer survival runway. That's it. Between the two, that's probably what the difference is right now.
So would you say that Russia has probably lost more people than Ukraine has?
By a factor of 10 from every independent report.
Got it.
Well, even putting aside the independent reports, because a lot of that stuff is kind of sketchy. I mean, if you just look at the tactics the Russians have used historically, they just basically have a low value of human life. Because in particular, they'll use people that they view as less desirable in the first place, basically. So they just care less about them than most countries. At least most Western countries, anyway.
But this year, right? They've also adapted the FPV drones, for example.
Oh yeah. Both of them are learning, absolutely.
Yeah, or are they're taking an incredible cost. I mean, unfortunately, both sides have it, right? China's supplying to both, right? So these tools almost exclusively come from China, and
well,
most of the parts come from China.
Well, the other thing is, I think Iran captured a Western drone and then reverse engineered some stuff, which also helped them. But yeah, mostly China.
So, the Shaheeds are, are more headline makers, but the daily damage is being done by so many. Like MG was saying, right, beginning, the Shaheeds are, cheap way to exhaust expensive counter drone munitions of that the West is, refilling at a very slow pace here, but still refilling, right? So they're just wiping that out.
Correct, but that's how wars of attrition are, right? You use
Yeah,
low cost stuff to go on to extend, drag it out to
yeah, yeah.
survive as long as you can, basically.
And
I mean,
just
that's
Yeah,
how
and,
World War
and
just as
to
a
One
that
data
was.
point,
extent,
though, Monadev, just as a data point, I have a good Sikh friend who used to live in New York, and he moved to New Delhi like about 15 years ago. His family runs like an import export business, and he also has offices in St. Petersburg and Moscow because I don't know, their business I guess took him into Russia, and he's been there several times over the last few years. And I'm like asking him, what's it like in Moscow when you go visit? Is it like, drab and whatever? He's like, no, it's like completely alive, very dynamic, like you wouldn't think there's any kind of war going on.
that was true for the first couple of years of the war. The Russian, elite never felt it, but it's changing, right? Ukraine has developed a lot of its own very long range weapons, and they are hitting. I mean, look at the queues for distillates in anywhere in Russia at this point. Their supplies are down, what, 8, 10, 15%, something like that already. So they continue to take that out. I think while that might have been true much of the war, it's changed dramatically. Certainly this year, they're feeling the hit, and the Ukraine is also taking out power generation stations, things like that, which is exactly what Russia did at the beginning of the war. Is completely force Ukraine to endure terrible winters in the hope that there'd be a people uprising to just stop the war. Just never worked out so far.
The other data point, MG, is like you've seen some of the wealthy people in Russia basically getting killed and apparently by the state to take their assets, and then the Russian central bank basically indicating that they got less resources essentially, which is consistent with the idea that they're basically seizing assets from people essentially.
How much longer do you think this conflict goes on, you guys? What's your base case?
Until next year, definitely.
This winter is going to be interesting, MG. It's probably the first winter where both are going to suffer.
It was over here in Sweden. It was a documentary, or let's say a news article about Ukraine is preparing the grid infrastructure for winter, right? So probably the Russian will start again to attack grid, Ukrainian grid infrastructure. Now the temperatures are dropping, so that's the biggest fear.
MG, I think it'll go until the elites start losing their kids, basically. I mean, that's ultimately what ended up slowing things down in Afghanistan, right? But as yet, I don't know that they're under that much pressure, essentially.
And also, right, inadvertently we have opened up European purses that were closed for 4 5 decades now, right? They're all spending double of what they were spending 2 years ago. And closing in on many of them are closing in on triple what they were spending 10 years ago. So there's also this push from the industry to throw these newer weapons into the fight to know what works and what doesn't work, and certainly from the military elites too, because they want to know what works and what doesn't work or what they should produce. So there's a big push from Europe to rearm Ukraine as long as they can possibly do that without, I suppose when it gets to a electoral problem in one of these countries, maybe that'll change. But for now, they are spending at a healthy clip, not seen, for decades, and a lot of it is going to Ukraine. And there's a whole new sense of urgency in the entire European defense industry. If you just look at performance, right, from a stock perspective, MG, European defense has outperformed US defense, by a mile. I mean, even if you just take the large companies, right, let alone the
No,
small
I,
ones.
I get that they're probably producing more things and they're worried about, potentially getting invaded. But in terms of just like, providing manpower, I mean, Poland is the only serious country that there was a whole bunch of mercenaries that I know that went from Poland into Russia, but a lot of them also, got injured or killed. So I just don't see British, French, German citizens, signing up for this kind of war. And so
Yeah,
you need manpower at
but
some point, right? You need manpower.
actually, MG, you'll be surprised. The war has completely changed, right? You cannot get within 10 kilometers of the front without getting, noticed by a drone and a counter immediately sent to take them out. So all of this is, being done by, kids with, who were playing video games 5 years ago or running the war. The actual meat grinder is more on the Russian side because they still want to open up new fronts and grab territory. On the Ukraine side, they're just sitting and defending, right? They're not throwing huge amounts of men into the action. They're just mass producing drones at a scale that even China would be surprised.
Yeah, whoever MG wants to actually increase their territory, which is what Russia's been trying to do, they're the ones to seize it and take it. You need people on the ground, basically, but otherwise, you need a lot less, essentially. So Monative is correct. They're using drones as kind of trying to use them as a substitute, essentially. And then also on that front, Europe, since they don't really want to send people over there, they're basically using Ukraine as a proxy. So they'd rather send money, essentially, and equipment as opposed to like volunteering to fight, essentially.
Yeah, and V is a good person to talk about it, right? These guided drones that are not dependent on communications are the ones that are in play today. They've been doing almost all of the work and the entirety of the damage. It's because you know both sides have gotten good at jamming GPS and killing signals off and denying long range remote unconnected drones from reaching their targets or doing damage. So it's changing dramatically, right? I mean, I've not kept up to the extent I used to, but reading even once a week, I can tell you that tactics are changing even weekly, even there, and technology is changing too, right? You talk to some of these people that do these designs and stuff, of these drones and systems. Ukraine has gone to this open systems model where this group of or large groups of people that concentrate just on the control systems, groups that concentrate just on the guidance systems, on the targeting systems, on the vision systems, and then that system is put into memory card, and it's sent out to every drone manufacturer, so they're all usable interchangeably. So if you receive a set of drones today and a completely different kind a month from now, the controls, the systems are still the same. So these are not system. I mean, it's like telling Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman to design a system that'll work with each other, right? And or giving them a system and say you build to this guidance or software or technical driver. That's what's happening. It changes the way you do things. It changes the way. I mean, I think that's what is shocking the entire U.S. defense industry and the defense brass is we've never done this, and we are caught unawares for the first time. And possibly China could be way ahead. Nobody knows, right? Because China has never been tested in a real war. So This is all
I think it's
theoretical.
a little bit more simple, Monav. I think the U.S. has been geared for a situation where they can go after a small country that's like not set up to have like a war of attrition, essentially, someone like Iraq or Libya or whatever,
Agreed.
not like a great power war, because a great power war, it's going to go on for a long time. So you're not going to be able to like win
We
sort of
can't
like with a blitzkrieg, essentially,
we,
with
we, we
expensive
can't
equipment.
we can't lose 1,000 pilots. We're just
Correct.
the
So
war
you,
will
you need a bunch of cheaper stuff and that less trained people can work with,
but that's
essentially.
also learning from here, right? That's what they're saying, right? When you talk about CCA, collaborative combat aircraft, the whole point is instead of sending a highly trained, extremely valuable F-35 pilot right out to where within the range of the enemy missile systems, targeting systems, you send them close enough, but you send the drones in front of them to take the hit or take out the targets, and the survivability of the pilot and the more expensive gear increases. Right? That's new. That's realization that while they were thinking about it, the need to have it implemented within months and weeks has become paramount now. Anyway, we should get back to talking, earnings and stuff. This is mostly depressing stuff.
You want to talk about CoreWeave again, or what?
that's equally depressing. So I guess it would have not been depressing if I had a massive position in it, but that's a different story. So uh, yeah, I still am looking for actual spends this year on capex, not capex guide. If there is any small marker, I go back to Oracle's earnings last actual capex spend. Of course, they spun it saying they didn't get gear, they didn't get this, that, whatever, right? But if that turns out to be consistent 2-3 quarters over, either their supply chain people are terrible or they're bullshitting and they're actually cutting back on spending while they're keeping their guide up as a cover. So that's where I'm looking for first signs of faltering in this cycle. And also Oracle being a very late reporter, right? They just reported a few weeks ago. It almost covers the entirety of the the quarter that we are expecting to hear from the rest of them, right? So it sort of gives you a preview of how they saw business developing and how their numbers actually look. So late reporting large companies are extremely valuable information. Certainly for me, I take I use that data a lot. I give it a lot more weightage when I'm looking at what to expect for the next quarter. What do you think of Dell, MG?
It's a great business. It's just one of these kind of like, old school kind of like, just kind of like fantastic ROIC, fantastic capital cycle businesses. I mean, Michael Dell was probably, I actually do know him. He's probably one of the best out there, period, bar none. He's one of the best capital allocators, and it's hard to bet against him. He just kind of slowly will grind his way to,
Look,
to the top of the heap.
I'm a big fan of Michael Dell, but by the way, my personal opinion is that the that I got to take this call. I'll be back in a minute.
How's Michael Dell checking on him?
MG, just be careful he doesn't go private and buy your stock too cheap.
He did that actually, and I think he made
Oh,
He
I
made
know.
50 billion on that trade, and I think the only person that was sort of arguing against it was Carl Icahn, and he couldn't get enough
You got it.
investors. He couldn't get enough investors to sort of oppose the deal in a proxy fight. So it was Dell and Silver Lake that just crushed it on that
I,
deal.
I'm back. I apologize. That was my daughter. I had to take the call. But the point I was going to make was I agree, MG. I agree. I heard what you said. I completely agree. But the point I was going to make was Dell is still valued as a PC company. Look at the storage sector. They are running and they've been running nonstop because there's a realization that AI, just data centers were throwing up a lot more data needs. AI is just exponentially increased that. Dell is the largest storage server provider. They've not gotten any benefit of that. They have a generic networking business, not exactly super high margin stuff, but there's a valuable franchise there. Maybe they can spin it off or do
But
something.
Dell is one of those businesses, Monadev, you just kind of like, like I have it in my portfolio and I just kind of lock it away because they're always going to compound really well.
I
I know
agree, but
Michael,
but
and
here
if the
it's still
stock gets
cheap.
cheap, if the stock, well, he'll just keep buying more stock. He'll buy more stock. He'll defease 40-50% of the shares. And at some point, it's trading at 3 to 5 times. He'll introduce a 10% dividend. The thing will pop. Like there's just things that you can do when you run a business where your ROIC legitimately is way, way, way above your cost of capital.
I agree with
Sounds
all
like
of you
Apple.
in spades,
That's what
MG.
most software companies just can't do that, for example, Monadev. Most tech companies are the opposite. They're shitty ROICs. They generally don't generate economic profit nor cash flow profit. And they're completely, completely beholden to the whims of how people perceive in the capital markets. That's it.
I completely agree with you. The point I'm just trying to make is even here, Dell is very cheap. So since we're talking about companies that are interesting still to look at in these valuations, Dell
Correct,
is
correct. But
the
it's one of those
value.
5-year holders. It's not most of these people, when people here wants to hear something cheap, they want to hear it go from 20 to 30 in like 5 days. Like the
Oh,
idea of like waiting for it to go from 20 to 30 in 3 years is just like untenable.
that kind of stuff kicked me out of this space then.
I like
So,
Dell a lot, but I'm curious what you guys think about SMCI in that same kind of line. Because
I
it's
mean,
got
it's
the
not
rain,
even close.
it's got the
That,
rain clouds,
that,
but there's an argument being presented that it's a massive catch-up play for SMCI to Dell.
I mean, it's a very different scale business. They don't have the capital discipline. They don't have the years of kind of, they don't have the broad spectrum products. I mean, Dell is literally, if you're a CFO of a Fortune 1000 company, CTO of a Fortune 1000 company, it's a one-stop shop. Every single CIO of every like large Fortune 1000 company has a deep relationship with Dell. And it's kind of like, the way that Cisco did it in the old days. It's like these CIOs can only handle relationships with a few vendors, like Oracle's one of them, Dell's another one. And so they're just always going to have a place at the table.
Yep. Anyway, I completely agree. Right, SMCI is the only difference, Emperor, is that SMCI only has that one business that everybody is focused on. Irrespective of what else is in the balance sheet, in the numbers, in the execution, it really doesn't buy them much coverage right these days. So in that sense, they were the first to have capacity and designs to start selling a lot of these multi GPU systems for data centers 3 years ago, and that's what really changed that business altogether. Dell was caught flat-footed, as was HPE and Lenovo, but they've all retooled and they're all hitting it now. SMCI, just from a trade perspective, I also have a position that I got in last week. I think it'll do just fine. I don't know about 40, 50, 60%, but with the right leverage from options, it probably double triple it easily, in my opinion, because given all these guys making calls about their data center spend, SMCI is going to get enough of that business to thrive until this blows up. So in the short to medium term, SMCI is going to do just fine unless they find a new accounting problem there, which I have no idea about.
That's my follow-up question is that rain cloud cleared up? Maybe not fully cleared up, but is it kind of a secondary or even third layer concern at this point?
I don't know. We've not heard anything, but we are in a new regime there where these things might get overlooked, might not matter that much, right? Might get with a it doesn't. Look, the one brilliant thing they did was they did a fundraise at the very high. It's just bloody smart of them. So they're probably sitting on enough cash to be able to run the business for a while. So, but it's also profitable. So unless the entire book of accounts is questionable, I don't think so. I think most of their problems are controls. So might be a minor financial problem rather than a Enron type situation.
Lucky?
No, I have a kind of a question or a point. So in 2016, 17, the software company I worked for, they had leases with Dell on the equipment and I like computers and all that. So I wonder like how big of a business is that for Dell? Because today you buy a computer and it's obsolete pretty much 3 years later. And if we're moving into, renting society and you'll be happy not owning anything. So how does that play into their, into their profits, and are they better than everyone else, and when it comes to leasing their equipment?
If you look at the return on invested capital, I think it's superior to IBM, it's superior to HP. I don't know about Oracle. I haven't looked at Oracle, but it's comparable to Cisco. But Cisco just has like ridiculous margins on like their kind of communication equipment business. With regards to the leasing, I'm almost certain that they use a third-party financing company to do the leasing for them. So they don't actually they're not financing this themselves. I mean, they might do it with maybe like 2 or 3 of their top customers, but for the most part, I think they outsource the leasing. So if you just look at their sort of like performance, it's pretty darn solid, especially coming out of was it 5, 6 years, 7 years, I think, that they were private and they had like outrageous amounts of debt in order to buy EMC, and then they spun off VMware and all that other stuff. So that just the discipline of operating with that much debt and being able to pay it down enough to the point where the equity component like tripled or quadrupled, which is what happened. And that's how Dell himself personally made something like 40-50 billion dollars on that transaction. So you got to think that they're a pretty phenomenal operator at that scale. I don't know of another hardware provider directly to the big enterprises has better numbers than them.
It's Dell Financial Canada.
Yeah, but that's oftentimes just like they sell it to asset-backed places. Like they might just put the name in front of it, but they effectively outsource the leasing to someone else.
Well, they intermediate, but they don't use their balance sheet, is what MG means.
Okay.
So they have Dell Financial Services like an arm, but don't they repackage and sell those? Is that's the way I understood it?
They don't.
Okay.
Correct.
I did look up just now, so they do not break out, any of their financing activities in their reporting.
One thing on that front, though, like I listened to a podcast where they were the two. I forget what the name of it is. It's like the BG2 guys. Like one of them is they're two venture capital guys, and they were talking with Michael Dell, and he was describing their financing system and essentially give him almost effectively getting free money from the way they arrange the financing. He didn't get into the details about the extent to which he was just intermediating. But mathematically, though, for the cash flow to work, I believe MG is completely right that they're really using other
Yeah.
people's balance sheets,
Yeah,
basically.
that
Well,
that guy,
They get the cash,
I
free
found my
he's
cash.
note
had
on
a
it.
30-year he's had a 30-year track record of effectively not like being extremely capital disciplined and having a very light capital model. It's just really unlikely for him to like tie up capital by effectively, lending it out to other people. That's just not his style at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying on the podcast, MG. Although he didn't get into the details exactly how he did it, but he was saying he gets the float effectively the way Buffett gets the float on insurance.
What I what it, I looked back at my notes because I looked into this one time. I was just curious. That DFS, they don't break it out as Monative was saying because they really don't carry anything. They fund it with their cash and then basically immediately sell asset-backed debt to get it back off of them, and it's basically non-recourse. That's what I had written down.
Yeah, that's the gist of what he was describing on this podcast. Him being Michael Dell.
I mean, even like I remember Unisys back in the day, and then like even Xerox, they effectively almost all of them use third-party leasing as opposed to, I mean, they do some of it on their balance sheet, but they effectively the only company that did a lot of that crap back in the day was GE. And then GE Capital became a huge part, and that actually drove them into like near bankruptcy during the great financial crisis. So it's just not a great business model for anyone to get involved in that. I just don't see any industrial company doing that. I mean, Michael's always had, if you look at Dell and the way that they've ran their business, almost always they've had incredible negative working capital, right? Because when you purchase from Dell back in the day, you basically give them your credit card. They go and build it because it was built to order for the most part, right? And so there's a negative cash cycle right there because they're getting money from you within like 3 to 5 days, but then their kind of receivables, so their receivables are like 5 days, their payables are like, 60 to 90 days. So they have a negative cycle. And that basically is a source of capital because they have negative working capital needs. That's been the case for a long time. Huge advantage in that kind of business.
I think the only one that still does it is HPE. HP Enterprise does break out their financing arms performance. So last quarter, for example, their financial services net revenue was, 10% of their entire revenue, right? 900, just under 900 million.
Yeah, it just balloons the whole balance sheet and makes just analysis really difficult. It's just, I don't know what you get out of it if you have like at least 4 or 5 leasing companies that are willing to do that for you, like why would you do that internally?
Do you think it's different with agricultural equipment? The reason I'm asking this question is so I worked for this accounting firm, and the owner had all these clients in Manitoba. This is very agricultural prairies, Canada, right? And they're always leasing this kind of whatever equipment, agriculture equipment. And he said, well, it's worth it own my own business and have a leasing company that leases these kinds of equipments. And then so he started his own business with another partner. That's why I thought maybe, Dell had some kind of thinking, and maybe it's not exactly Michael Dell, running one of these arms, but maybe it's his best friend doing it. I don't know. So I wondered, if there's any benefit to it for Dell, and then if there is higher benefit to do this kind of thinking for agricultural equipment and leasing.
My sense is that it's this sort of same thing. So some companies just by being vertically integrated and having developed that way, effectively have the financing arm along with the manufacturing arm side by side. But it's actually not a great, like when you first of all, it's hard to have a good sense of how much capital is being used by the leasing division, because that's essentially a financing division, and how much capital is being eaten up by the manufacturing. I mean, if you look at the car companies in America, that's where they all got fucked, right? Like every one of those guys, GM, Chrysler, Ford, they all had huge financing arms, and it was really hard to look through and see what the real performance is of the manufacturing arm versus the financing arm. Oftentimes one was subsidizing the other at various times, and it was just a crappy way to like just run a company. And so that's historically why like no new big hardware companies do it. But capital intensive industries like like Caterpillar or Deere, they probably have just old they're probably just like kind of like legacy vertically integrated systems where they have uh, financing divisions within their company. I just don't see that with new companies per se.
MG, I sent you some stuff. I looked into the Dell Financial. They've also got a subsidiary that they securitize their portfolio to, which is an equity financial trust, and they've got a couple of other ones that they sell off to also to securitize that loan portfolio on their leasing portfolio.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they basically, by selling it to ABS, they're effectively
Correct.
using third-party leasers. Yeah, yeah.
Correct. And they've also got their own in-house third-party leasing company also. So it's similar to what
Yes,
Carvana would do.
they intermediate, but they move it off of their balance sheet. Yes.
Correct.
And the only reason why you would have your own in-house third-party leasing is for no other reason, but just to keep the third-party leasers honest.
Correct.
Knowing how Dell operates, that's the reason why they have it. So it's like one of these things where you actually want it to be a small portion of your business, but it's there just in case any of your third-party leasers get any funky ideas and collude and try to charge you worse rate than what you were expecting.
Yeah.
It's also to maintain the customer relationship.
And that was one of the things that Ally tried to screw for the last couple of years over Carvana. And that's why Carvana opened up a company, an arm off of Drive Time with Go Auto and their 3 finance arms. So they've got everything in-house financing now. And that's where about 82% of their business goes, is all in-house through Drive Time, which is a separate company, but owned by the Garcias.
Isn't that what got them in trouble the last go around?
What's that? No, this is what's saving them
Oh,
right
that's
now. This
saving
go
them.
around.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So some of the where they made their what's actually going to hurt them now is the losing of the $4,000 EV credit, right? Because that was cashed down on automatic loans. That's why they did a lot of used EV cars. And one of the other factors that saved them back then was since the business I'm in with regards to exporting of autos, they were buying a lot of cars at 47 cents savings on the dollar, right? Through their algorithm to buy what would book out well for subprime. And they were buying oodles of cars out of Canada just because they saved on the dollar, right?
Oh, okay. I was not familiar with that story, but yeah, that sounds.
Yeah, no, I see it every day. Like I see them at the auctions all the time. They bid under a company called Drive Time. You can look up Drive Time. It's got 3 banks or 4 banks registered to it. They buy the cars, in essence, under Drive Time. When the car is sold at Carvana, the paper trail goes from Drive Time to Carvana. So Drive Time's making money there. And then where they make the majority of their money is on the back end. Life life insurance, extended warranties, tire warranties, gap protection, this protection, that protection, whatever down the line.
Yeah. So Lucky, does that answer your question with regards to why
Yes,
agricultural
dear.
business might be
Thank you,
different?
MG.
Yeah.
Thank you. I ask questions so we can all think together. I don't trade, I don't invest. Sometimes I don't even care. I just have an idea. So I apologize.
No, it's a good question. It's like, why does this industry do it, and why does this other industry doesn't? So it's a good question. A lot of it is just legacy.
Just put everything in Bitcoin. You'll be okay.
Doesn't it solve this, Wolf? It solves this, right?
Literally solves this problem.
Ding.
I thought it solves problems you don't even know you had.
Literally.
We're so early.
Capital gains? What capital gains?
So freaking early. Hey man, can somebody score in this fucking baseball game?
I'll take my gold instead of Bitcoin. Thank you.
I topped it yesterday.
I shorted it yesterday, like at the end of the
Yeah, I
day.
saw your chart. Well,
Yeah, there's some fundamental stuff with it, not just charts. But the charts were definitely,
Overcooked.
yeah. But
Needs a
it's
breather. Needs a breather.
yeah, it's had
Yeah.
highest valuations in the last 4 times that it's had these valuations were pivotal point tops. So yeah, dusted off the old dust.
We need
Away we
another
go.
war. We need another war, and then like we're off to the races again.
Can we fight the penguins?
And that one island where there's only penguins. What was
Yeah,
that island that
yeah.
got
It was the
tariffed?
Tariff
Cook,
Island.
Cook,
Yeah,
and what was it?
I don't remember where it was, but we could fight them. They don't have any representatives, so I assume it'd be easier.
It's near Australia.
It was put into the books because the OnlyFans girls were going to use it as a loophole.
Man, these OnlyFans girls are like super smart, man. They got all the loopholes worked out.
They were going to ship all the fans to the penguins.
There you
What
go.
was that island called though? It drove me crazy. It was like it's
I
two
just heard
names,
it
like two
called
last
Penguin
names.
Island. Wasn't it always like people always in the news called it
Bird and
Penguin Island?
McDonald. Bird and McDonald is what it was called.
So one thing I haven't heard anybody talk about was the U.S. directly buying Argentinian pesos today.
Was that a
Um,
swap, Wolf, or was that direct?
he said,
It was swapped.
that,
That's what they
It
said.
was swap, right?
But
yeah,
Wolf, there was one trade. There was this Argentinian bank. Somebody bought $1.5 million of, 20 and $30 out CDS for December. So it was $29 this morning at 8:15 my 8:05 my time, and that came through. It was a 40-50 CDS for a bank of all things. So that's 50%, 60% out, or 40%, 50% out. 2 months from now. So it was a December call. That was something, man. That was somebody new, obviously.
Always saw the same thing happen in Brazil about 2 months ago, right? And some of them, they tried to call out a couple of them on it, but nothing really happened. But yeah, this one this morning I saw was best, and it was like 20 billion currency swap to basically prop them up.
MG, it ties into Trump's whole desire for like the Monroe Doctrine, right? Because if basically if the U.S. doesn't help out Argentina, China has a lot of relationships with Argentina, and they'll continue to encroach in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, it's kind of I don't know. It seems like that's a hard one to to push through the domestic population. Like if you're bailing out Argentina, you're bailing out Ukraine, you're bailing out Israel, you're bailing out all these other places. At some point, people get a little upset.
Do we get a 10% stake in Argentina stock, or how did that work?
I know, right? And also like it's kind of like a egg on the face of that Millie guy, like Mr. Chainsaw. He's gonna have to. He's gonna have to.
That's the part right there that everybody's anti bailout libertarian until it's time for their failed libertarian ideals to come home to roost.
Well, it's the lack of geography lessons, right? Because agriculturally speaking and feeding the rest of the world and all the bread baskets, you got Argentina and Ukraine right there. And if you want transportation of isotopes to treat cancer all around the world, Israel is your place. So I mean, you better safeguard these places. And I think the news that Wolfie was mentioning that got overshadowed because the snow peso in freaking Canada is now 70 cents to a US dollar. So like my money, my Canadian money is melting in my hands.
Lucky, did you get the message that Bitcoin solves that?
I didn't get that message. It's unsolvable at the moment. I don't think even
That's the
Bitcoin
problem
can
right
save
there.
Canada.
And by the
Bitcoin
way,
can't save
I love
Canada.
snow peso as the term for the Canadian dollar, the snow peso. I haven't heard that one yet.
On that front, similarly, Weeds, I think, or Weeds or Joe or O'Hare, one of these guys was joking or maybe it was one of the other spaces. These guys were joking that like the Quebecois folks are like the snow Mexicans, basically, which is similar to the snow peso.
We call snow Mexicans the ones that leave down here and go to Canada because they can't get a U.S. visa.
Dude, that makes our good friend David a snow Mexican.
You got it. And MG, I wasn't trying to defend the point. I was just trying to explain like what the reason they would have an incentive to do it. I agree with your point about it being difficult to defend to the public.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like people, I think that my sense is like just reading the tea leaves. I don't know, maybe you guys have a different view, but people are becoming more and more isolationist in our country. And so it's just going to be harder to kind of justify these things.
Same in Canada. Plus, we have nothing to offer. I mean, if you want to marry me for free healthcare, I'm right here for you, buddy. But you're going to wait on a waiting list for 2 hours. You're going to drop dead before you're going to get your surgery. So, yay, you better come in with money.
Emperador has got us covered. He says to come to Mexico.
Been trying to tell y'all.
If you need any health care,
MG,
you go to Mexico, right, Emperador?
Yeah, I mean, you can come get it for free, or you can come pay about a tenth of the price at a private clinic. Either way, you still win.
how many wives are you allowed to have so you can claim all of us?
I think then up in Chihuahua they have some Mormon. There's actually a large Mormon population up there. I think you can get by with it.
Wasn't Mitt Romney's family over there?
Mitt Romney's family has a big ranch up there.
Right.
It's because like when the Mormons were first like settling out in Utah and that whole area, then there was basically the polygamy lifestyle was outlawed, and so a lot of them just moved straight south and settled in northern Chihuahua. There's literally like, I mean, looks like an American or whatever you want to call it, Anglo, English person, but whatever your standard Caucasian, that they live in Chihuahua and they speak Spanish, like primarily Spanish. It'll throw you off for sure. A lot of people actually thought at different points that I was Mormon because my Spanish has gotten so good. The other half think I'm DEA, which is not convenient.
You got to start the Spanish spaces, Emp. We're all gonna have to like slum it for a little bit, but we'll get better.
You know what? I can do a lot in Spanish. One thing that is very challenging is market terminology in Spanish. That's one thing I don't know. Medical terms and then like market terms are the two like I would probably struggle with the most. You think you know a second language until you have to start using medical terminology.
Moscow will report the entire space to ICE.
Yeah, we might get raided like all randomly.
Can you change the title to medically assisted suicide in Canada available to everyone?
All right, folks, I've got to drop off, go pick up my daughter from work. So we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Hey, Wolf, if we do the earnings space, just count me in. I'll be there.
Actually, sir, the best I could do is medically assisted ice raid.
By the way, speaking of polygamy, Emp, I was talking to someone who is kind of like a market like trends researcher, and they were like looking at like this was a while ago. I was having them kind of just tell me their thoughts on Bumble and Match because those were value stocks trading at really low multiples. And he was just in general very negative on it. But one of the trends that he talked about is this trend of this term that he used. It wasn't polygamy; it was hypergamy. And it was
Oh
this
my
like,
god.
have you heard of that, Wolf?
It's a big thing on the TikTok bros. Hypergamy is like do you remember those pickup artist books?
I
You know
don't
what I'm
know.
talking about?
I don't know any of that stuff yet.
There were these like early 2000s books like these guys that would they'd write these books about the art of picking up girls. It's like the pickup artist, I think, is the pickup artist guide or something like that. But anyways, the same type of guy that appealed to. Now the TikTok algo appeals to that same type of guy, and the term that they blast is hypergamy. And they basically are just like it's all about like you have to assert your dominance both over the woman and over all of your competition. And it's just shit like she's always gonna test you, and you have to not
Right.
not
So
be
that's
not
like the Andrew
flinch.
Tate type stuff, right? That's
Yeah,
like, yeah.
exactly.
Well, no, this guy was talking
Machismo.
more about women and what they would tolerate because it was Bumble. We were talking about Bumble. And the idea was that Bumble, even though women completely, it's like, women have all the control in Bumble, they still only swipe on only like 20 to 25% of all the men. And so by definition, they must be okay with the fact that their men are effectively dating multiple women. And that, he was kind of suggesting that culturally this is going to be much more normalized than was the
That
case.
a man dates multiple women would be more normalized, that you said?
That was his prediction in large part
No.
because so many women are in America are going to be single and childless that they're going to just say, okay, that's fine by me. Do you think that
I don't
that's
know.
like has any weight?
No, I'm gonna give you another one for why these stocks are value. Um, a lot of these people are in comfortable relationships, and then they gain weight and they are unhappy and they do that stuff. And now a lot of these people have discovered GLPs. So on the back of that weight loss is going to come newfound attention, newfound confidence. And so there's a lot of people that are going to reevaluate their rudderless ship of a relationship, in my opinion. And there might be another spike in, dating, especially for those that have lost weight. So that would be my bet on a value there.
Have you looked at any of these charts? They all look like dog shit.
But they're
Yeah, because
trading at super, super low
Yeah.
No, I understand the
multiples.
value. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like the current action on these things is
No,
crazy.
it's not ideal. Let's just put it that way. But I do also think that so like so, so about 10 years ago I considered, I was like, what am I going to do? I considered building like an experiential dating app, and I had some contacts at Bumble at the time, and talked to some people, and I do believe that will probably be a hot thing moving forward. Like, people are always trying to find new fun things to do and meet new people. One of the differentiators for Bumble in particular is that they have this like friend mode that a lot of girls use. I remember like my ex using it, where they they'd like set up these lunches and stuff like that. But I do think that that's something that's gonna probably be like a path that's probably gonna be explored. I could also see another thing where it's like getaway adventures that kind of go that route. People are vetted, and you get to go certain places and kind of like that. Um, but the main one that I'm interested in is just like all these newfound skinny people that are getting this new attention. They're gonna feel more confident and want to go meet new people. I really do think that's one of the things that is gonna, come on the back of this stuff. But as far as like long term sustainability, these businesses are really tough, but they are really cheap. I know Bumble in particular, because I owned it for, I'd say, like May until August, something like that, or July. I don't remember, but it was a nice winter. But I do think that the business itself is really tough to just like maintain.
MG did the data adjust for the age group?
Well, there's this statistic that I think Morgan Stanley had pushed, and other people have kind of, corroborated on it. But basically, the forecast was that by 2030, and this is just America, but all the women aged 25 to 45, if you take all of them, roughly 50% of them are going to be, or, according to this forecast, are going to be both childless and single. And that's like an incredibly high ratio relative to history. And that, coupled with the fact that, like, when you actually look at the behavior of women in dating apps like Bumble, where they have all the power, they actually don't choose to date most men. They only choose to date like 25% of the men. And so one of the outcomes of that is that you get a certain small portion of the men that have incredible amount of choice. And so they're a lot of times dating multiple women. The women are obviously somewhat aware of that, and I guess that the idea of hypergamy is that that's normalized or okay, which in a way is kind of like a return to this sort of notion of polygamy.
Well, MG, one uh, logical jump there is the fact that you're okay with short-term relationships does not necessarily mean you're okay with a long-term relationship. So um, that may happen, but there is a step there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I wonder if people put this research out to be incendiary. Like it's just so shocking when you hear it. You're just like, oh my God, really? But
Because like an alternative thing is like I've known a lot of like high powered women who basically like instead of like trying to like marry like a high powered guy, they married a guy who effectively works part time or works for a nonprofit or does some kind of job basically that's like not intense in any way, shape, or form basically, and does a hell of a lot more of the stuff at
oh,
home
that reminds
essentially.
me of another statistic that he threw out, which is that the percentage of relationships, I think it was marriages specifically, where if the woman is making as much or more than the man, the the likelihood of like that ending is way higher than the situation where the man is making more than the woman.
Yeah, although I would say that all of the women that I'm familiar with, none of them got divorced basically, and they've all been married for a long time,
I
for better or
that's kind
worse.
of my experience too, but that was a weird statistic that the incidence of divorce when women make more than the men is significantly higher.
We're gonna need a quantum computer to actually figure this one out.
Well, it just has to do with preferences. Lucky, like you can't get everything because they can't get exactly what they want, right?
Women
They
don't
want
know
to.
what they want, okay? Here I said it. We experiment our entire life, okay? I can be one person when I'm 20, 25, 30, then I have a kid, 40, 48, all of a sudden, okay, the whole world open up, so I'm swiping right and left, okay? It doesn't mean still I'm not looking for a long-term relationship. So good luck putting me into a category that fits some kind of a statistic. And I'm gonna mention my sister lived with 2 men in one household, okay, which is polygamist as far as you can describe. This
Well,
was 30 years ago.
It sounds like she's exactly. It sounds like she's exactly what MG's hypothesizing
Yeah,
here.
so the stats, whatever these numbers, we're gonna need a quantum computer. We're gonna have to analyze everything when it comes to social stance of the woman in the structure hierarchy of economy, making money, burning energy, actually having enough time for sex or even engagement, going out with the guy for dinner. Believe me or not, there's women who are single. They are not bothered to be going out on a Thursday for a date because they're too tired making money. Okay, so like you're gonna put all this information into the quantum computer. Maybe one day you're gonna have an answer and solution for all these women and men too.
All I heard was bullish sex robots. Can't wait.
I was just that's the bullet hole in your thesis, sir.
Speaking of going out on
Shit.
Thursday, I'm gonna hop, guys.
I think it's a good